Okay. Final 4 hours. Just put on the ticker. Once it decides to boot up, there we go. So let's just chat is disabled for this live stream. Alright, YouTube. Why are you like this? YouTube, please. Oh god, YouTube, why? What do you mean chat's disabled for this live stream, YouTube? Okay, now you work? Alright, thanks, YouTube. Why do you have to be like this? There we go, that's all I wanted. I did not prepare any special playlist. I'm just going to recycle the one I used for the final 4 hours of the Nürburgring. That should be fine. Just check everything's in order. Yep, everything seems to be in order. Well, I guess we should just begin. So I just get all my windows in order. Alright. You guys ready? Please remind me when I'm near the end that if I have time, as in like, I should try and rush to the point where when I complete a lap, I should be on like 23:59, whatever, right? So that by the time I start my final lap, after it's past the 24-hour mark, I want to do that in reverse for fun. Please tell me if the audio levels are off again, because I changed play it times again because it's now a bunch of audio files and not 6 hours worth of minis apparently, like last time. Okay, that's good then. Game audio, I assume, is actually there because I triple check just to make sure I don't have a massive skill issue again. Yeah, that is one thing I forgot to check. Shit. Okay, no, everything on this end is working, so okay, good. I'm surprised in all of this that the oil light hasn't switched on. How long does it take for it to switch on? I've already driven 5,000. And let's see if I can reach lap 440 as well. Just go to the store, use the self-checkout machine, and then the receipt comes out blank, and you have to stand there blankly for a few minutes wondering why on earth is my receipt blank, and can somebody please help me? I need a receipt immediately. Sometimes I wonder if the randomization algorithm on this player is actually doing anything. Oh, brother. Just outlap things, I guess. swear YouTube chat is the most buggiest thing possible ever, because I keep experiencing errors in my chat ticker program just for YouTube chat. Twitch chat's fine. It's just that YouTube chat is an absolute pain to try and get working. It crashes all the time, so that by the time I check back on the check back on the program at the end of the stream, and oh dear, there's an exception that's been thrown, and I haven't seen that exception for the past like hour maybe. Although to be fair, trying to do the authentication on Twitch to try and get the chat ticker working is an absolute pain as well. Apparently I was supposed to register another account to do that properly, but I'll figure that out. I didn't say anything a few seconds ago, but the 4GT had another skill issue in corner 1. Or is it corner 2? It's technically corner 3, I think. First you have the right hander, then the left hander, then another right hander. So I think it is corner 3. It just keeps having skill issues in that corner, I have no idea why. It keeps taking the corner too fast and falling off, I think. And I'm gonna punch the sand again. It's fine. Save. I broke the blade. It's fine. It's fine, I'll just leave these out. No, don't swerve to the left. Oh, really? You're gonna do this one before phase 1, huh? That's fine, I suppose. This is the one series of games where I'm always like, Atlas, why you no release another one? Please, this is such a good series. Don't let this series die. The last game released on this was in 2011 on the Wii. The original Wii, that is. I completely forgot what map I started in. I think it was 375. Yeah, 360 is a multiple of 6, then it's 366, 372. So because of the 2 missed hits, I must have finished at 374 and I started at 375. Which means the next time I'm hitting should be 381. Typo. Maybe I should have used replay gain. Oh well. But I might have broken the entire thing, I think. Now the question is, there is a particular track that is inside this playlist that I will have to resist, otherwise I will start singing. And I doubt any of you would want to hear that. I can't believe I lacked second place 10 times. I didn't think I was even going to be 5 times, honestly. Oh no. Oh no. It's fine? Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, 380 looks like my next tip. Okay, nothing's thrown something down there yet. Here's hoping the YouTube chat survives for a little time. Oh, the Toyota is also fitting. Alright. I think we might meet it on detective. Never mind, it looks like the Toyota's staying a lot longer than I thought. That's fine, I guess. Oops. Let's go indeed. Almost 7/8 of the way there. I think this is 13/16 of the way there. The 2CV would absolutely be hilarious, actually. There's some parts that would be kind of funny to see in the reports. Like, I don't know, getting another Auto Performance S2000 or even a Chevy Camaro SS. The new one, not the old one. Any meme car would be funny. Even a bad car would be funny, like that's not necessarily a meme car, but it's just like a bad car would be funny. Oh, look who it is in pits. Or the pink Mitsubishi Colt that sometimes appears in the Compact Cup. It's not quite a pink bit, but you know, it's still pink. Oh boy. The absolutely clearest he's there shot leaving the pit. So he somehow left at the exact same time. I still have no idea if the audio is balanced properly or not. I'm just going to hope that it is. Although to be fair, if it is being a bit too loud, it will probably balance itself out. I feel like I should turn up the game audio just ever so slightly. Just about this much. Yeah, that should be enough. Yeah, I had a feeling I just needed to raise the game audio slightly. The music's a bit too loud at the start of a track. It will probably eventually normalize itself, because I think I installed a dynamic normalizer plugin that will slowly equalize it to a target level, but it's not very quick at doing so. It's kind of slow, actually. So for the first few seconds it might be a bit too loud, and then it will like lower itself to its proper level. I still have no idea if the filter I put in OBS to lower the game audio and the other audio works when I speak. Because I already set the sidechain source to the microphone, but I have no idea if it's working. Oh. I'm hoping when I like finish one of my penultimate lap, that I would be starting the next lap on like 23:59:59 or something. So then I'd have the entirety of that final lap to do some funny shenanigans, like wait for everybody to finish, and you know, going in reverse, probably. Just go in reverse for the entire, or straight down the whole set. Alright, let's chase down this Toyota. Yeah, all it needs is just a slightly higher render resolution, and just to remove the pixelation, and that's it. Ooh, that was a massive lag spike. No idea what caused that. Even like the in-game textures, yeah, the 2J and the 2D only had 3 gears, and in real life this car would have also been an automatic. I mean, I can't say that that's considered normal because, well, this was an experiment. The game considers it super aerodynamic for some reason though. It doesn't get slowed down due to drag at high speeds. So if this had a bit more power and I could make the gears longer than what I have them, it could probably hit 500 easily if it had more power and longer gears. Actually, I have a setup to make it go at about 440 with a turbo stage 4. The problem is that it makes the lower gears completely undrivable. I don't think this was meant to go 400. I'm pretty sure this was only meant to max out maybe at like 300 something back in when it was made. 400 is with the addition of an admittedly massive turbocharger, not supercharger. But it is aggressive, I guess. It is also super easy on tires. I may have to pit every 6 laps, but I am using mediums and not super hards. If I had super hards on this, I probably could last maybe 12 laps. Some unreasonable number of laps. It is actually, I think, when Chicanes went digging around some of the parameters for the cars. This car has like super wide and super thick tires. It also helps that it's quite light as well. It's only like 800 something kilos from what I remember. Oh, and it also doesn't use downforce. Well, traditional downforce in this game, which I suppose helps contribute to its lightness on tires. And I suppose because the gears are so tall, and I guess because the gears are so tall, the power tires don't really experience much torque stress, even with like the massive turbocharger. In fact, my front tires are dying faster than my rears. Because of turning and stuff. That he is. Sometimes I ask why I put this track into the playlist. It's such a strange track. Well, actually, this is the one without lyrics. With the lyrics, I would have to start explaining some weird things. Why is it talking about giant jellyfish invading a city? But that's not on topic. To be fair, Can-Am was full of weird-looking experiment. So I feel like at the time, it wouldn't be too out of place. At the time, in the races that this would have been competing in, it probably wouldn't be the strangest looking car. This car also came from the same decade as the six-wheeled Formula 1 car. I mean, this came out of the same decade as the six-wheeled Formula 1 car, so... And, it probably isn't the strangest car out there. Yeah, the Chaparral six-wheel thing. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's what it was. I didn't really look that up. That was just something I found out while watching a weirdest race cars of each era. Of each decade, sorry. Did you know that Peugeot once rigged a minivan to race? In an endurance race at, was it Spa? I think it was Spa, yeah. The 806. The 806 minivan, they rigged it to race in an endurance category. It had to retire, but it was kind of funny that they actually managed to get it competitive. I feel like that's a missed category in the newer Gran Turismo games. Like, even in 6, why are there barely any minivans? The last time there was a minivan was the Renault Espace, or however you pronounce that name. The Renault Espace F1. There's never been any other, I think, minivans that pop up. It's always been SUVs and that sort of thing, but never a minivan. No Nissan Serenas, no Alphars, none of that. That would be a fun thing to add, if they actually will. Or maybe if in a mod or one of these older games, if it becomes possible to add new cars, just add minivans. That would be hilarious if you could get a minivan in this game, upgraded to have an absolutely stupid amount of power, and saved by reducing its mass by a lot, and then just stick it in for 24 hours of Sarthe. That would be hilarious. Yep, I am going to be finishing today. There's only 4 hours remaining in the race, and, well, I might as well end it. And then I guess I want to see what kind of dumb reward the randomizer is going to give me. "24 hours of Nürburgring" actually gave me a kind of funny reward. Gave me the Subaru Impreza Spec C, which, in a different save file, I used to beat Nürburgring 4 hours. And it's also just a great car in general if you're playing the game normally. Super grippy. The only flaw, just like a lot of front-engine four-wheel drives, it shreds its front tires, but that's really the only gripe I have with it. Other than that, it's ridiculously fast and ridiculously grippy. Even off-road. Japanese cars are a safe guess, I suppose. Oh, you know what would be the funniest one to get? It would be an Opera Performance S2000, which is the car I used for 24 hours at Nürburgring. That would be funny. This song that's just finished playing, excuse me? What was the GT40 just doing, just chilling in the grass there for a few seconds? What was it doing there? If I got any of the 4 GTs, it would be hilarious, actually. Doesn't matter which one, the GT40, one of the road-going versions, the concept, the A-spec cars, any one of them would be pretty funny. Thanks, Mike. I have no idea what's causing the lag spikes. I've already let this computer rest for about an hour. To cool off after using it earlier this morning. Funny thing about the GT40 actually, I had a different randomizer save file which uses the seed American #1 because the stipulation of that one was US cars only. And the first US car I got on that randomizer seed was the Ford GT40. Any US cars. But the first one I get was the Ford GT40. I think I did go over that possibility at one point, getting another 2J from this. That would probably make it the second time I've entered a race, an event in randomizer, and have got the exact same car back as a prize. The first was when I think I entered the Suzuki K-Car Cup with, what was it? I think the Suzuki K-Works Sport Limited. I think that's what it's called. And I got another one back. I wouldn't mind another 2J, considering this one is will be completely ruined by the end of the race. Engine completely worn, you know. I wouldn't mind another one. It would also mean that I would have gotten both Chaparral cars through a prize on this save. Because I got the 2D from somewhere. I don't remember where, but I got it from somewhere. And getting the 2J would just complete the set. You know, that's probably one thing they could have done with the menu books in GT7, because it's kind of bad as a, what do you call it? If the whole single player is revolving around the menu books, that's bad. What would be nice would be like an event-style single player, like in the older games, but you also have the menu books as like an optional side thing. that sort of passively fills itself in as you get cars from events and by buying them. So that if you complete one, it pops up after you get a car saying, "Congratulations, you completed this book and you get this prize." But it's not like but don't make it like the main focus of the single player. Just have it as a side thing. I feel like there's an example I want to give of a game that has like similar thing, where it's like you've got like the main single player content and then you've got like a collecting sets of stuff as like a side content. But I don't remember what. Yes, the B-licensed bronze prize. The Lupo 1.4. I would at least like it if it was the Cup car. The Lupo Cup car is a nice car. Particular section of the Mulsat on the left side has an invisible bump on it, which just throws the car into the air. Oh, looks like I'm going around the outside of this sand pit. I mean, a lot of people I think, definitely prefer the GT4 than the older game single player, but making a carbon copy, I feel, would also be a mistake. I was thinking something along the lines of, like, take the old event-based style of single player of the older games, keep the menu books as a secondary thing that passively, reward you for collecting cars. Even so, like when you get a car or when you buy a car, a thing pops up in the corner saying, "You obtained this car from this book. If you collect the rest of the cars, you will get a prize." But like, don't shove that in your face. Just have that as like a side thing. And then there's a lot of people from outside like the GT sphere who I noticed have the valid criticism of the fact that it's super easy to accidentally make yourself way too overpowered for an event in the older games. So what would be nice would be if they introduced, like for the event style, they introduced a split where there's like 2 difficulties that you can pick. One of them is like an old style of difficulty. Call it the open difficulty, where just like in the old games, as long as it hits the category of the event, you're allowed in. And the second difficulty would be I guess it would be a class-based event, because they now have the performance point system that they're using. You can use it to sort of make performance point classes in the event. And then you can just pick whichever game mode you want. Maybe even each one giving a different prize. Like the open. That ensures that you won't accidentally end up putting, I don't know, a 600 performance point car against 100 performance point cars. For the people who want the game to be harder, but then for the people who just want the older style of events, where you can just put in whatever you want as long as it fits, there's the open difficulty. That'd be kind of cool. It would open up a lot of like cool replay value too for the events, where it's like, what if you could also, like, once you've beaten the class-based difficulty, You should have the option to enter underpowered cars into overpowered categories to challenge yourself for better rewards. That would have been super cool. So the people who wanted the old style of GT events would still have the open events, but then you have the class-based ones for people who want an extra challenge or who want something new. And then of course you probably want to introduce new events as well. Like, you know, you keep the drivetrain challenges, maybe have RR challenge as like as like one of the specialty events. And then also make some more events for like certain categories of cars, like a minivan, like I don't know, minivan racing, or sedans only, phase only, you know, that kind of thing, right? As like a bunch of special side events. Keep the rallies as well. Keep the on the street and off-road rallies as well. That's like another thing. And the actual proper rally style that was introduced in GT5. Keep that as well. And for the Vision GT cars, which, you know, are kind of like pointless mostly in GT7, you could just make them usable everywhere else in the single player. It's single player, who cares what you do in there? It's not gonna affect anyone else. And maybe just keep this special event that lets you race against other Vision GTs. I think another thing that people had gripes with in GT7 was the used car dealership and trying to buy like certain cars just being a FOMO, fear of missing out fest. Again, for the legendary cars, just let people buy them at any point without doing all this fear of missing out nonsense. And as for used cars, just revert it to how the older games had it. Well, at least specifically GT4. Where you have different categories of used car dealership. And add another one, because we have online capabilities now. What'd be kind of cool is that if a player sells a car, it should have a chance of ending up back in the used car dealership. And because, you know, we have online features, just collect that sort of what cars are sold data from everywhere. And just have them have a tiny, like have their dedicated dealership. Of course, you'd have to strip them of like their upgrades or whatever, so that you can't just sell overpowered cars and buy dealership. The idea would be cool. You're basically just buying someone else's car, like for real. Which is, considering all of the focus on like realistic car owning experiences that they wanted to add in GT7, I'm surprised they didn't do that. Oh yeah, that's also the other thing. Just reverse the artificial inflation that they added to the price of their cars in GT7. That's the other problem. And then the menu, like the main menu, yeah, but then any like visual changes stay on the car, but upgrades get taken off. Upgrades are like they either taken off or nerfed, so like if they had like ultimate parts, they get nerfed down to, I don't know, sports parts. But then any visual aspects of the car remain, liveries, or if they add visual customization, keep those too. That would be cool. It's like you're actually buying someone's car. For some reason they didn't do that. Missed opportunity, honestly, considering the game's always offline. I mean, always online. Oh yeah, that's also the other thing. Get rid of the always online. Get rid of always online. Let people play the game even though connected to the internet. Even if you lock out the sport mode, at least let people have like an arcade mode and a single player mode that actually functions. That'd be cool. 10 million! Even the most expensive cars in this entry are only 4.5 million. At least the ones that you can actually buy. But of course, we don't want to throw out every part of GT7. There's definitely some good ideas in GT7. The driving, of course, people like to say that that's like the best series I've gotten in terms of driving. Keep the graphics as well, of course. The upgrade system with like the tiered parts also seems pretty cool. With like with parts that are beyond racing parts. That's a cool idea, actually. But you know that'll probably never happen because that doesn't allow you to get a lot of money from players. Yeah, currently this is running GT4 on a computer on an emulator. I never grew up with Gran Turismo. I never even had a PlayStation. This is on emulator with a. I was tortured? Nah. I had a great time with my the sole Windows XP computer we had. That was loaded with like these early 2000s PC games that were like janky, but I still find them fun. In fact, I still play them. That's the reason why I refuse to switch out of Windows for as long as possible, even though I do a lot of programming. Where everybody says, oh, you should switch to Linux. Because there's a bunch of Windows games that don't run properly on Linux, and they only run properly on Windows. In fact, they still run, with a bit of coercion, but they still run. And they're still super fun for me. I think the more important thing is a good CPU, because that's what's going to be what work the most for PS2 emulation. A decent GPU is a plus for PS2 emulation, but a CPU that's good is a must for emulation. Because, well, the architecture of the older PlayStation games were odd, to say the least. In fact, one of the biggest issues with PS2 emulation that still hasn't been resolved is trying to emulate the floating point numbers the implementation of floating point numbers in the PS2. They are not IEEE 754 floating points. They are their own weird version of floating points that have to be manually verified. That's why the clamping modes exist in the emulator settings. Because it has to do with dealing with the floating point numbers, the decimal numbers in the PS2 architecture. If it wasn't for that, I feel like the minimum requirements for PS2 emulation would go down if it wasn't for the weird floating point nonsense. fair, floating points are the bane of a lot of people who do programming. Because decimals are not very cleanly represented in computers. And I remember watching a video where somebody said IEEE did some black magic to come up with IEEE 754. Honestly, I believe them on that. Yeah, I guess if you have like you could probably just like, if you had like either a weaker card or no graphics card at all, just play with like a lower texture, a lower render scaling, like maybe even at 1x. Just stay on 1x native to PS2, and you should be fun. Should be fine. Sometimes I regret putting this in. Pretty nice CPU. I am not paying attention. The title of this particular track just stretches on and on in the ticker. Why did Camellia call it this? I have questions. Why is the title so long? And the Ford GT40 just had another skill issue on that turn. You too. I think it actually turns around twice. It goes into sand, spins out, and then goes into the sand again. It's done that multiple times by this point. I have no idea who's driving the Ford GT40, but all I can say is they keep taking that corner way too fast. They also don't brake early enough for this upcoming corner. So they just end up touching the sand a lot. We're about to hit... Actually, not yet. There's 2 more pits until we're about to hit 400. This pit, and then the next one. And then we should be getting 400. Well, lap 400, that is. I dare not request this song anywhere on anybody who has song requests. Yes. A few streams ago, I was convinced. No, what I was saying earlier is I dare not request this song anywhere. I don't think even Twitch would allow me to post the title, it's too long. If I don't post the full title, no one's going to be able to find it. Actually, no, you probably can find it with just the first few words. Camelia's an absolute mad lad. Genuinely wonder what's I'm getting after this, though. Alright, give me in. I also have no idea how I'm 11 laps ahead of the Nissan. Or how the Toyota somehow just lost the battle for second place by falling behind by like an entire 20 seconds behind the Nissan. I can't tell you why. There's also a Ford GT40 that just keeps having massive skill issues. Which I also can't explain. How far behind is that? I think that might be it, actually. I think I might have just passed. Oh no, I think that might have just been the Sauber and the Jaguar. Maybe. I'm not worried about what do you call it, losing first, considering it just keeps happening on the outlap every time. Okay, so the Nissan did pass me. That's fine. It should be the one leading at the moment. Down the Mulsat. Oh, there's gonna be 3 people down the Mulsat. Let's see. I wonder if we can at least catch up to 2 of them. Come on. You can do it too, Jay. Just approach. They should be fine. Yeah, I think the Nissan's about to reach the end. Straight. This should be the Jaguar. And then the one right ahead should be the Sauber. I think. Unless it's behind me, in which case, never mind. So stream. Okay, we caught up to 1. Ow. And I went too far on the inside. Never mind, I think it actually, this time I actually was just ahead of me. I should be able to catch up good, I think. Either within this lap or the next lap. If I don't lose too much time in the portion curves. But if I don't lose way too much time in the portion curves. No downforce, can't corner very quickly there, sadly. But the low speed traction is nice. I don't have to worry about spinning out at low speed. And the car effectively does not suffer from snap oversteer. I guess the 24 kilos I added at the front helped a bit with that. It didn't. It actually fixed a lot of the oversteer issues I was having without it. I could have probably made the gears longer, but then that probably would have made the lower speed undrivable. Because I would have had to make them wide. Sorry, far. I would have had to make the gears far for that. Even the current gear setup is kind of weird. The first gear isn't at its shortest, and the third gear isn't at its. Sorry, no, the first gear isn't at its longest, and the third gear isn't at its shortest. Because I wanted a bit more first gear acceleration, and I also wanted a bit more top speed on third. So it's kind of a weird setup I have right now for the gears. But other than that, I didn't change too much. I think I just kept the LSD on stock 10, 40, 20 because it just felt alright already. The springs were softened to around 6 point something on both ends, I think. But there are still a bunch of bumps on here that really mess you up. Yeah, I think I have first somewhere in the middle, second just a bit further to the right, and out, and third just a little bit further than right than second. also raise the car because I don't want to be on this track with the low car. The bumps would probably just immediately stop me dead on track. I still wish I bought softs though. I only have mediums and hards because I forgot to buy softs. Or just to see how hard and how fast this thing can go around corners. I think the only other setting that was changed was the ballast. Just added 24 kilos at the front to stop it from oversteering occasionally. But that's it. Nothing much else. I probably could have messed around with a limited slip to stop that, but eh. I felt that the stock settings for it were already pretty nice. How's the hybriding going? I always have to be careful around the first sector and during the portion curves. If I am even in front of any of the other cars, when I'm slowing down, they will bump me. I do remember using the super wide gear setup on this car for like the win. Yeah, it'll be fine. But that's like the only time I did that, I think. Just turn around. I think this game is about to turn into the next Tetris for me. Because I remember having a massive phase back in like 2017 to like 2020, where I just spent most of my time on it, learning every little tiny bit about it as I could. Even all the way down to the technical details for some games. That knowledge doesn't go away. It's like forbidden knowledge. Once you step down there, there's no getting back out. I have an entire like write-up I did on just a single like fan games rotation system because it was interesting and super customizable, which I still have no idea why the dev decided to go down that route, but I guess it's because it also meshes well with the rest of the fact that they made an entire custom scripting language for making your own unique game modes. Although all the documentation is in Japanese, so rip. There's also the forbidden knowledge of knowing, well, at least learning and knowing how to play invisible Tetris. Well, at least the current piece that you're controlling isn't invisible, but once you place it down, it becomes invisible. The technique is simply don't pay attention to the entire stack, just kind of roughly keep track of how high each column is. Just track the horizon of the stack, the edges. Don't try to keep track, and if you make a hole, just ignore it. Just build on top of it, and just don't care about the fact that you made a hole in the stack. Trying to care about it will just result in mistakes. And if you want to go fast, pay attention to the next cube. Don't look at what's immediately next. Look a few places ahead in the next cube. And then what do you call it? Anticipate where you want to place everything. Oh, and if a particular game you're playing has a hold button, don't treat the hold button like some kind of. Don't treat the hold button like a fix mistakes button or a I'm gonna hold the eyepiece until I can do something with it. No, don't do that. That's a terrible idea. Just use the hold indiscriminately. Whenever you feel like you're having a piece because that will actually help you play so much faster, making less mistakes. Because then you'll feel like you're less forced to place things that you don't want to place. And besides, the eyepiece isn't even the best piece in my opinion. It has a tendency to get stuck in places you don't want it to get stuck because of how long it is. The three best pieces in my opinion, the L, the J, and the T. Super versatile. You can fix a lot of like weird holes with them. Especially L and J, you can downstack pretty nicely with that. T's are also really nice for filling in ridges, and are less treacherous than trying to do it the same with an S or a Z. And the most annoying piece for high speeds is definitely the O. Simply because you just cannot do anything with it. If it falls into a pit, that's it. It's stuck there. You can't do very much with it. Oh yeah, and learn to use both rotation buttons. Only rotating one way is a surefire way to getting yourself stuck at a speed wall. Or being unable to pull off certain maneuvers that would have saved you. And if your game has two rotation directions in the same direction, absolutely learn how to use them to rotate quickly. To double rotate quickly. Why am I rambling on about Tetris techniques while playing a racing game? I don't know. I guess that just goes to show, like, you can take me away from the Tetris, but the Tetris will never leave me. You can take the man away from the Tetris, but you cannot take the Tetris away from the man. Or however that quote goes. It just sounds so silly out of context. Oh, I'm 7/8 of the way there. I almost didn't notice. Rapidly approaching. Not 15/16. Actually, yeah, I think it is 15/16 I'm approaching. Yeah, I'm approaching 15/16. few more minutes and we'll be 15, 16s the way there. This will now just become an exercise of, can I think of increasingly more specific fractions to describe the, how far I'm into this. 15, 16 is already, 15 over 16 is already pushing it. Excuse me, Silver. Oh, he's big. I thought he was going to brake and go to the left. And I was... No, Silver's spinning. Hang on, is that still working? Nope, the YouTube chat on my ticker has crashed again. This is just going to keep happening, isn't it? I really should update the code for that so it's less, crash prone. So if it throws an exception, it should just carry on with its life. Or at least it should retry instead of trying to, instead of just dying permanently. Those of you familiar with rhythm games may know this particular track. Almost 5.5 kilometers. Nearly there. I guess. And I'm currently also watching, I guess I'm now paying attention to also at the same time as somebody trying to install Windows XP. I'm absolutely suffering. More fuel. Oh, we're one lap away from 400. Let's go. let's go indeed. We're already 5/16ths of the way there. And almost lap 1, almost 400 laps as well. But I want to see how high I can get the lap count. So I want to just try hard on the laps all the way until the end. And then if I have a final lap, I'll just do it in reverse. If I have a whole final lap to myself, I'll do it in reverse, also so that to let everyone else finish, so we can see their lap totals. Because otherwise they'll just get stuck on running, and then they'll DNF, which is annoying. Because you don't gain any more laps if the time's up, so there's no risk of losing a place. Anymore, I guess. Oh, there you go. Give it up for lap 400. This is one of the most bumpiest roads the bumpiest straight lines I've ever driven in this game. At least they actually remembered to repave test course for every Like the Wind event. Here it seems like they just leave the roads the way they are. So every time you go down the Mulsat at 400 kilometers an hour, you just hit all the bumps. Well, at least all I can say is, at least we've already gotten the superliminal, absolutely extra tone, ordinary, bumpy ride shredding full your belonging space-time system at the speed of 1,600 times the C0 out of the system. So you never have to hear it again for the rest of the stream. I think it's probably a bad thing that I can recite that title off the top of my head. It's such a dumb title. It is way too long, but it is funny. Oh hey, I just realized the next pit lap is lap not found. The next pit lap is lap count not found. Now if only I can actually drive. That'd be great. If only I could drive, that would be great. Seems fine. Oh boy, connecting the chat. What is this thing doing? There you go. Happy again. On the next pit, I should probably fix the ticker because the YouTube side has crashed. As usual. I really should just update that code to be a bit more robust. So that every time the YouTube side crashes, it should just try again to reconnect instead of, you know, permanently dying for the rest of the program's lifetime. But I never said I was actually good at programming. Actually making it retry the connection to YouTube would have probably been a good idea instead of having it just die. So there's currently an entire stack trace printed into the terminal, and I have to. That's telling me that I have to restart the entire program. Oh, that's annoying. Oh well. Oh boy, talking about stack traces, it just reminded me. My dive into the rabbit hole of languages that have TCO or they don't. Now, what is TCO? TCO, tail call optimization, is an optimization trick where certain types of recursive functions, those which always have their recursive call as the final function call, and always return either an argument or a constant at the end. They can be optimized into very strict type loops, which saves on stack space. Which saves quite a lot on stack space. However, not every language is created equal, because not all of them have TCO. C, C++, they both have TCO. It's part of their optimization set. In fact, it's such an obscure it's such a common optimization that it's usually enabled even in even something as basic as O1. It's such an easy optimization to make. Rust, despite its claims of supporting functional programming a bit better, therefore, letting you be a bit more liberal in use of recursive functions, it does not have tail call optimization. The JVM languages is on a case-by-case basis. Java doesn't. Scala does. I think Kotlin also does. I don't know about any of the rest though. Clojure, you have to do it manually. Python also doesn't have tail call optimization. In fact, Guido van Rossum refuses to allow Python to have tail call optimization, or at least the reference implementation will never have tail call optimization. Something about being able to maintain clean looking stack traces in recursive programming or something. So if you're a functional programmer working in Python, probably switch to a different language because Python doesn't have TCO, which sucks. Lisp? Yeah, Lisp has TCO. Actually. Sarthe is a bit of a strange case for this. It has a super aggressive tail call optimizer, where even if the function that you write isn't exactly, tail recursive, it will rewrite the function internally to become tail recursive, while keeping the same semantics, and then tail call optimize it. And even without tail call optimization, the stack frames used in Racket are so small that you can go way deeper than a lot of other languages. Like, you can go millions of stack frames deep before it dies. Like, I mean, like, actual millions. I remember testing it, and it hit like 30-something million, and it still kept going, except, it was about to die. Except my computer started lagging. Because it knew at that point to, instead of just consuming stack, if the stack is about to overflow, just dump it into the heap instead. I think I know who's in front of me. Oh, how did I know? Look who it is! I knew that those sand particles were being thrown up by someone familiar. And yes, we are at lap 403. My next pit is on a lap number that can't be found. Sorry, I can't find it. Man, Super Mario 64 ROM hacks have gone insane ever since the game got fully decompiled. Well, it was less of a decompilation and more of a reconstruction of the source code. People have managed to sneak an entire NES emulator into a Super Mario 64 ROM hack that can seamlessly transition between an NES ROM and Vine Sauce Joel's ROM packs video. No, I'm more of a simple flips kind of audience. To the point where I'm fairly certain I've inherited most of the sense of humor from my current sense of humor from there. First time I showed up at a simple flip stream. He got trolled by a troll hack entered onto his own troll hack competition so hard that he forgot that he was playing Super Mario 64 because he spent an entire hour getting forced into playing a Kaizo version of SMB1 by the ROM hack because the hack creator snuck in an NES emulator. Oh yeah, and because of the efforts of decompilation, there's something really interesting. This is going to be so dumb. What does Doom on the classic DOS Doom and Super Mario 64 have in common in regards to a certain bug? They both suffer from the exact same bug in their collision detection code. It's super funny that they somehow manage to suffer from the same bug despite being independently programmed from each other. So the way that both of those games optimized collision was to divide the world up into a grid. Doom calls it the block map, so we'll call it the block map. The objects will only check for collisions with other objects inside the same grid space in that global grid. However, to count whether an object is inside a grid space, only the center of the object counts, and not the entire, like, bounding box is checked. This leads to some weird scenarios where if two objects are in two different grids, are in two different grid spaces, they may visually intersect, but they won't collide, despite the fact that if they were in the same grid space, they would have collided. Super Mario 64 tried to account for this by adding in like a boundary, like a sort of buffer zone in between the grid squares. But A, they implemented it incorrectly, and B, all that achieved was just to make the collision check code slow the game down. So they kind of screwed that up. And I think at some point, Tarmac said that they could have optimized the collision checking in Doom. Instead of using a block map, they could have just used the same BSP tree they were using for the renderer, the binary space partitioning tree. But for some reason, the thought never crossed their mind. The game had to be super optimized, because otherwise, well, I think people's 486s would have probably complained. And by complain, I mean melt. And I don't think they want to be selling a game that melts people's CPUs all the time. In fact, there's an ongoing work by someone in the Super Mario 64 community to optimize the engine of Super Mario 64. They've got to the point where they managed to run the vanilla game with their new engine at 60 frames per second on original N64 hardware. 60 frames, up from I think from an unstable 30. Using the exact same hardware. No modifications to the N64 or the cartridge. As in, like, no extra CPUs or whatever stuff on the cartridge. I wonder, will I get half a car? Or maybe even 2 halves of a car? If I get 2 halves of a car, let's hope they're both from the same car. It would be a bit annoying if they weren't from the same car. If any of you have ever played Tetris in the past, has any of you tried the secret grade? Man, I used to be obsessed with trying to do the secret grade in as many different Tetris games as possible. I used to have a collection of screenshots that I collated on a thread somewhere, an old thread on Twitter, of just secret grades. And this is spanning fan games, licensed games of all kinds, on various consoles, various Windows games, and of course obligatory some Java games, well specifically J2ME games, not necessarily Java for PC, but you know, disregarding the fact that the fan game or clone that I played the most was based on was really Java. And I modded that extensively. I did used to spend way too much of my time on Tetris. it's gotten to the point where you can probably say something silly like you can take the man away from the Tetris, but you can't take the Tetris away from the man. I've already got too deep. I found the forbidden knowledge, and there's no backing out. I found the forbidden knowledge, and there's no backing out. I'm already in too deep. I've also played my fair share of terrible these games. That's the reason why my YouTube channel trailer is still the short meat clip I made of a particular licensed game, mind you, that was released on PC in like the early 2000s, named Tetris Elements. Horribly implemented game, and I mean actually horrible. There was probably no quality assurance that went into that game. It is terrible. Riddled with bugs, weird features, things that don't work, crashes. Ugh. It's just pain. Hey, did you know that there's an officially licensed Tetris visual novel series that was made in collaboration with a Japanese visual novel series? That exists, apparently. I don't know why it exists. I don't know why it's licensed, but it exists. And it's one of the few games that actually feature all spin, which is weird. Oops. Why that of all entries have all spin? Oh yeah, and of course obligatory non-customizable controls, so you have to do some keyboard rebinding shenanigans. Although, regarding Joel, there was that time when Simpleflips and Joel played, what was it? A Desert Bus themed Mario 64 ROM hack. At some point, I think Simple managed to finish way before Joel, and then he just started playing RuneScape on stream. Old school RuneScape, that is. While Joel was just sitting completely indignified at the fact that Simple just switched to playing RuneScape after finishing the Desert Bus theme hack. Oh man, there's a video that I really want to share, but like it's so dumb. So, Simpleflips had a series called Walkies, where he tried to get the S rank in Super Mario Maker 2 multiplayer versus without using the run button. So he was just allowed to walk and crawl and nothing else. And at some point after the series ended, they decided to play the ultimate troll on everyone by silently changing all of the thumbnails on all the Walkies videos have a burger in them. Somewhere. And that confused everybody for like of several days, probably many days before they release the explanation. Oh, look at that, we're 11/12 of the way there. God damn it, my message got unpinned. Hang on. Because I forgot to set it to stay on until the end of the stream. So it unpinned itself. Let me just fix that real quick. Oh my god, scroll back down, please. I can't click the scroll bar. It gets stuck. Whoa, whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Alright then. Why did you just suddenly jump all the way down there? The ice cream I've had in my the tub of ice cream I've had in my just melted at this point. Oh bother. Oh well. Oh, hang on a second, I'm getting a phone call. Give me a sec. I mean, I suppose it's worth a shot trying to see if it runs or not. Sorry about that, I had to take a phone call. Just 2 hours remaining. lag spike. If you don't install any graphics mods and probably keep the graphics down to maybe like native PS2 resolution, maybe you can get away with it? I'm just over here, silently hoping that a particular track I queued up doesn't come up, simply because I don't know if I will be able to resist the urge to sing. Sing along at least. Oh man, if it trolled me by just playing it immediately after I said that, that would have been hilarious. Sadly, no trolls this time. Alright, next pit is on 410. I wonder if I have more kilometers an hour of speed rather than beats per minute of tempo for this track. Oh, look who it is. Look who it is. spun out again. It's just gonna keep doing that, isn't it? Oh, I miscalculated, I just realized, I think. 15/16 is coming up in, at 22:30. Whoops. Wait, you already played this. What? Hello? What? I set the playback to the wrong one, no! There, that's better. Much better. 21:30 is, I think... I actually don't know what fraction that would be. You multiply both sides by 2, you get 43 over 48, which I think is the simplest fraction you get. So yeah, I did mess up earlier. 22:30 is 15/16. this time we're almost 15, 16th there. I made a mistake last time. Oh well. Actually, I'm gonna quickly save state here just in case something goes wrong, so that the emulator crashes or something. I don't have to like reset all the way back to the beginning of the section. Oh, I knew I forgot something. Buy something while I was at the shops. Ah, whatever. Buy that next time. It makes every genre under the sun, at least for electronic stuff. I don't think there's any. If there's any genre of electronic, he's probably in electronic music. He's probably done it at some point, unapologetically. This particular one was back from 2018. I don't remember off the top of my head. We about to overtake lap ourselves another legend of Riona. As if I don't absolutely start suffering skills. The answer to that is I'll probably always suffer. Not again. Whatever. Uh-oh, the Toyota's free. It's finished in the pits and it's now chasing. Although it is 11 laps behind, so I don't know. I probably shouldn't be too worried. Maybe I should have re-rolled for a GT1 as one of the opponents. Probably replacing the GT40 or the XGR9. Oh well. You've already played this one. This one, yeah. Almost at the funny number of laps. Oh. Probably get there sooner if I stop going off the road, but that's neither here nor there. Someone please remind me. I guess I'll have to try and remind myself to, what do you call it? Reset the ticker once I hit next at 416. You know, despite what the Ford GT40 looks like, You can actually set downforce on it. It absolutely does not help you at all if you're using sports tires on it for some reason or another, but, well, you can put downforce on it. About the same amount as a touring car. Well, specifically the German touring cars. I do not want to touch the grass in this section. I will get sucked into the grass and go into an instant spin out. Oh wait, hang on, we've already played this. Next. Yep, that'll do. Next lap I should be fitting. I can't believe this thing is as good as it is on this event. trail brake hits just right. Alright, now we're 15/16 of the way there. Yeah. Oh, right, I should also fix the ticker. So if we close the ticker, go back up to my console, reopen the ticker. You've already played this one, give me a minute. Oh, come on. Are you serious right now? This is what the shuffle randomizes onto. You're kidding me. Lag spike. Oh, there's the engine light. There's the change oil light after 5,600 kilometers. It looks like it when it turns on. Oil critically dirty. Yeah, I know. Nothing much I can do about it now because I'm in a race. Well, this is the first time I've actually seen the change oil light switch on mid-race, I'd say. We're almost at the funny number. Just one more lap. Is 67 a prime number? I think it is, actually. Well, never mind then. We've already gone through this. Get out of here.
You know what that means, right?
hour and 15 left. Oh boy. Well, one extra lap for every month of the year, I suppose. Green's definitely describes this track though. It's just green, and more green, and more green. Oh, and sand, can't forget sand. Probably just AFK for half an hour, but that would be kind of boring. Hypothetically, I could, yes. Drive the X2010. Lap everyone doesn't have time to take a nap. Come back, do the rest. Oh, right, yeah, because you can't just stick it on B-spec on 3 times speed for 8 hours. Because they removed the ability to speed up B-spec. I mean, that's a fair enough strategy, I suppose. Man, I'm so used to hearing a high-quality ripped version of this song from Siva Gunner that I just, every time, I always anticipated to be the high-quality rip. And I never anticipated to be the original anymore. To be fair, it's such a good high-quality rip. I should post a link to the high quality rip because genuinely, it's actually amazing. You know what? Screw it. Let me find it. I have to do this. It's such a good rip of this. Let's see. What's this called again? It's not a MIDI actually. It's such a what's it called? It's called 8K version. I think this was the correct one. Go on. I think it's this one. Yes, it's this one. It's definitely this one. I'm not going to put it on, but I am going to post it. And let me just get rid of all this stuff from the end of the URL. I think I've managed to keep most of the URL intact. That is such a good rip. It's put together so well, and they go together, and the song meshed up with this. It feels like they've been made for each other, genuinely. And I am getting bumped around by the soundboard. can't put it on here. I can't play it because I'm pretty sure it's definitely going to get copyright claimed. So I'm not. I don't think I can. Oh, sorry. These are midis, these are actual, like, audio that I've got put on. It's the same set I used for my final 4 hours of Nürburgring 24 hours. I think during this stint is where you're going to hit the 23-hour mark, and after that, it's just 1 more hour. I've listened to that high-quality riff, that particular one, so many times that I always anticipate that version. Because, if I'm gonna be honest, I actually prefer that version over the original, slightly. Yep, it's the first time I've actually seen it switched on. I'm pretty sure the threshold is 5,600 kilometers, I think. Somebody probably has the exact number, but it's around that mark where it goes on. Obviously, I had to convert this to audio and put it and sneak it into the list. Of course. Thank you, Virtual MiniSynth, for having a convenient converter function. Just shove the file in and out comes the audio. With the configured sound fonts. The engine's going to explode. I'm surprised it hasn't exploded already. Considering I've been running it at the red line pretty much the entire time. Where's the Nissan? No, still behind by 12 laps. I mean, it was designed by a by two gyms, Gym Squared. Particular gyms. Does that count? You know, despite all of the level where this track was made for, despite all of its design and how really nice it looks. Of course, it just is simply because it's called the mucus float, and of course has to have the obvious joke. One of the secrets you can find in the level is the source of the green slime, or the mucus. And it's a giant nose embedded in a rock formation. Go figure. I think the only reason I left in the Nürburgring 24 hours because I didn't drive far enough for the oil light to turn on. I had to substitute. I put a check engine light on in the overlay. Specifically had to screen the prop one from that somebody took from a real S2000. Just to make it as authentic as possible. It probably still would do well even on Sarthe 2, but yeah, this car is a unique combination of skills that actually makes it viable. It's got low tire wear because of, well, multiple factors. It's got a decent low speed traction. It doesn't corner too badly. And, well, it can reach an absolutely ludicrous amount of speed with the turbocharger and a proper gear setup. Because, does anybody know how aerodynamic this car is relative to other LMPs? Relative to LMPs? Like, internally, that is. How aerodynamic does the game consider this car? Because you can go ridiculously fast in this car without getting slowed down by drag. Well, getting slowed down too much by drag, that is. What's the drag coefficient of this car in comparison to the LNPs, for example? On Sarthe 1, it probably might suffer a bit because the chicanes won't let it reach full speed, so you will have to shorten the overall gears. It already hits 360 on its stock engine and its 3-speed setup by default. That's interesting. And I have to go around. And the 440 fell off, and now I have to dodge it before it crashes into me. 360 is pretty respectable for a race car from 1970. For the fact that it has 3 gears. You just have to hope the ground effect keeps you stuck to the ground. Consider the fact that the driver character in the car has been sitting in this for almost 23 hours now, and it's open top. And I touched the grass. The grass in this course is absolutely faithful. I guess they didn't for this one because, well, I don't think anybody ever manufactured a roof for this car. You give this thing a roof, round out the corners. I've said this way too many times at this point, but give this thing like a closed cockpit and round off the corners a little bit. Paint it a bright neon color with some yellow highlights, and you've got an F-Zero machine. It would not look out of place in F-Zero. Just need to swap out the engine with something that'll let it go at about Mach 1 when boosting, and there you go. You've got a bona fide F-Zero machine. Just make its actual top speed about 1,000 kilometers an hour, and then I don't know if an LS swap would help, considering this car already has a pretty beefy V8. You'd probably have to make like the Cizeta and tape two V12s together to make a V24. And then you'd probably have to twin turbocharge it. Yeah, you probably have to tape together two V12s to make a V24. And then, you know, one turbocharger and then you twin charge both halves with a supercharger and a turbocharger. So both the low end and the top end actually have something. Somehow find a way to boost the ground effect so it has insane amounts of grip. Actually, no. Find a way to invert its ground effect so that instead of being pinned to the floor, it starts flying. So now you basically just have a flying car. And now it's just and then at that point, well, it's just basically something straight out of F-Zero. This one, I think I will veto. Bugatti engine? You probably need two of them. You probably have to wait a few more years for tire technology to get better, so that it can actually stick to the floor while going at 1,000. So it can, yeah, so at least it can stay stable while going at Mach 1. Oh, I didn't even notice in all the excitement. We're 1 hour away, which means I should, oh, brother, where is it? Here it is. We're 1 hour away. There we go. Now let me just, I didn't even notice in all the excitement. There we go. I didn't even notice in all the excitement. Well, whatever engine you swap into this thing, you probably need two of them. 56 minutes. Oh boy. For the copyright issue I mentioned earlier, I can't get around it by doing separate audio tracks due to the double stream setup. I can't. OBS won't give me the option to split the audio channels. If I was streaming directly to Twitch, or maybe directly to, if I was streaming directly to Twitch, probably it will let me, but yeah, I can't do. Oh, why am I lagging? Hang on. Oh, the computer is overheating. Wonderful. That's fine. Let's hope this race ends quickly before my computer explodes. It's like day one of Nürburgring. 4 hours again. $54 minutes for reading. This one I'll keep. Nice. I was about to ask if 416 is a multiple of 8, and yeah, I think it is. I think that this saddle will be fitting in this lap, and I'm pretty sure it's right behind me, so it will fit right behind me. Or it could be down there, who knows. This is one of those tracks that I put in where I'm like, you're never gonna believe me if I tell you what the name of this is. You're never going to believe me. Also, as many people pointed out when this was first unveiled on Beatmania 2DX, Camellia really did went and put in legally distinct Megalovania into that. It's legally distinct, it's not the same. I think we just have 2 more pits. 2 more pit stops? No, 3 more. 3 or 4 more pit stops, I think. Counting this one. Yeah, the Nissan was fitting right behind the new one. Lovely. I entered first, and I have a shorter hit duration than the Nissan, I think. So it's gonna be in there for a while. Gonna be able to pull away from it. Alright, let's catch this Mercedes. Oh, Toyota's also bidding. I have no idea how the Toyota slowed down enough to the point where it can no longer catch up to the Nissan. It looks like it's solidified itself in third. I think the Sauber's in fourth, I think the Jaguar's in fifth, and the GT40's in sixth. But I want to see the lap differences. Yeah. Less than 15 minutes remaining. Oh. Oh, hey. Oh, hey, TGG. Oh, hi there, TGG. Thanks for the follow. Oh god! Okay, well, I wasn't expecting this, I'm not gonna lie, thanks for the raid! Okay, I wasn't expecting this actually. Thank you. You just in time. We just have 48 minutes left of this 24-hour race. Thanks, Sean. I just want to say that I don't really do these often. These are just, these endurance things are just one-off, or just two one-offs that I'm doing. One for the Nürburgring 24 hours and the one for La Sarthe. I'm probably not going to do more of these for long because these are draining, I'm not gonna lie. Well, the more the driving, that is. As for the car selection, yes, this is the car that I've been driving for the past 23 hours. It almost hits 440 on pure power while the oil and engine is still good. With slipstream, it can hit 440 right now. It's surprisingly fast. And because it has basically zero tire wear, it can survive 6 laps on this track on mediums, while everybody else is using super hards. So definitely got the tire advantage here. Still no downforce though. Oh, thank you as well, because for the follow. I didn't see that. This car has a specific, unique set of skills that's actually makes it super competitive in this. For Nürburgring 24 Hours, I was a while ago. I used the Opera Performance S2000. That thing is just way too good of a handling to pass up. Three-quarters of an hour left. I have no idea what I'm getting out of this. This is on randomizer. I have a good dinner then. Hope you have a good dinner. I have no idea what price car is coming out the other end of this. That was 24 hours of Nürburgring, if I remember correctly, when you checked with the event chief. Who was the A-class? I do not regret the prize from my Nürburgring 24 hours. Exact same car that I used for Nürburgring 4 hours. Same color, everything. It's also just a good car. Thanks for the Princess Mexi game. By 43 minutes on the clock. Even after all the engine and oil degradation, it still hits 428 on the Mulsat. This is insane. At the beginning, the maximum speed that it could reach was 437 kilometers an hour without slipstream, so it only lost 9 kilometers an hour, approximate just above 5 miles per hour on top speed, after all the engine and oil degradation. I think you can actually. I think the only problem is that I think the only slipstream source that you can use is another 2J that's set up the same way. You would require 2 identical 2Js being driven by 2 players. I think I did try on Like the Wind. I couldn't get a good roll of opponents that I could slipstream off of. Because ideally, I don't want the opponents to all be at the same speed. You need, I think, a good mix of fast and slow cars in Like the Wind for it to be possible, so you can just keep changing slipstream. I'm not affiliate, I don't have any channel rewards. I'm not an affiliate. It's not bugged, Twitch is actually being okay for once. Affiliate when? Probably never, because considering that I'll probably just completely fluff the stream time requirements. The most I want to get up to, just for now at least, is, well, the community status, build a community, so I can at least give VIP badges. I mean, I've made the requirements, but the problem is, I don't think I'll be able to maintain them. I will not be streaming often enough. I don't think. Or for long enough. Considering my average for normal is about 2 hours. Once every several weeks. And usually it's not even in something that people are interested in. Because I'm probably going to be playing some obscure 2000s PC game or a Flash game. I mean, early 2000s PC game so obscure it doesn't even have a category. Yeah, I mean, removing the affiliate status is not the problem. It's the requirements to actually apply for it in the first place. No, this is not stock. This 2J has been fitted with a, what's his face? Stage 4 turbocharger. And then the settings were tweaked. I'll probably go over the settings at the end. Yeah, I'll go over the settings at the end before checking what's behind door number 1. That being what's behind Sarthe 1. Because this is on randomizer, so I have no idea what prizes exiting is going to come out of this race. The last one at Nürburgring was a nice one, actually. I think earlier, I was discussing with someone else what could be the funniest prizes to receive out of this. I think some of those contenders would be another 2J, one of the super slow cars, or even unusable cars in this game, or an Opera Performance S2000 as the prize would be the most hilarious thing ever. Considering I already spent 24 hours with that car on the Nordschleife. Is 432? Yeah, 432 is a multiple of 6, so I think I'm hitting on 434. Well, it looks like I need not have worry. It looks like 440 laps is possible. Nice, I think it is. Is it? Do I need to do 7 laps? Yeah, okay, no, I think it is actually. Even with the pit, I think it's definitely possible. 440 is doable. I don't think I'll risk going hards because I think the amount of skill issues I get from downgrading to hards would probably just slow me down. I'll just stay on mediums, I think. Even stock, I think you can probably coerce 400 kilometers an hour out of this car just by tuning the gears. Which is probably enough. Probably. For, what's his face? Beating this event. At least I think it's enough. We'll probably get the stage 3 turbocharger just to be safe. I only went for a stage 4 over a stage 3 simply because I wanted to see how fast it could go down to Mulsanne. It can hit 450 with slipstream with this gear setup, so I think with the widest, longest gear setup and enough slipstream, it could probably hit 500. You sadly can't boost the car with nitrous, because you can't buy nitrous on this car. You can't even get the engine upgrade section is locked. Don't think there's any room in the engine compartment for a canister of nitrous. Let me check something real quick, actually. Oh, the YouTube side of the ticker actually didn't crash. For once. That's wonderful. I still need to fix the code for that. At some point. So if the YouTube side crashes, it will just retry the connection instead of just dying permanently. Concurrent programming is an absolute pain. Because I think currently the ticker program is summoning 3 threads. There's the main thread, which is running the UI, and then there's 2 more. One of them's running a Twitch API hook, I guess, and the other one is just making constant HTTP requests to YouTube for chat information. And then all it does is that I just take the username and the message, put them together, and then just scroll them across the screen in a swing GUI. The hardest part was not actually the GUI, the hardest part was trying to figure out how on earth the Twitch API worked. I think we have 2 more pit stops. There's the pit stop I'm about to go in, and then I think there's 1 more pit stop. I wish I had softs now, but in fact, for that last pit stop, I wish I have softs, but I don't. It's just a bit of a shame. I forgot to buy them. I don't know why I forgot. I remembered to buy them when I was doing Rivergreen 24 hours in the Conference S2000. Well, at least I can do IA15 gold now. S16 I still get silver simply because I don't take enough risks, I think. I still can't get S16 gold with the DTM 1IE on Deutschland because I don't think I take enough risks. I drive too safely. It's the Jag. You know, we haven't met the GT40 in a while. Where'd he go? Okay, the Jack's on thing. Alright, so it's just me and things. Looks like our next pit is going to be on lap 440, and it looks like we're going to be ending up somewhere in the low to mid 440s as our final lap count. If it is 4-4, I'll be happy if it is 444. We've already had this earlier. Skip. This one, dude. Perfect time for it to start playing considering I just exited the pits. 30 minutes left. Let's go. Come on, CJ. You can do it. I wonder if we'll be able to hit 6,000 kilometers on the odometer. Hit a bump, and then hit something else. Lovely. Outlap moment. I think I'm vetoing this one. We've had this one. Sure. Sure. A lot of freeze on a total time bar. Probably the lowest speed corner in the entire, those two corners are probably the lowest speed corners in the entire track, I think. Oh no. Yep. You touch even the tiniest bit of grass on one side, and you will immediately go for a bit of a ride. Well, 24 and a half more minutes. I shouldn't touch that part of the laptop, I think. I think my fingers are about to get burnt off and I can't be there for longer. Okay, I'm exaggerating slightly there. But it is hot. Oh, I touched his hand on the left side. Hey, no, perfect timing for this, actually. Perfect timing for this one, actually. Had this one earlier. Yep. This is too quiet. You know, so. Bye, GT40. Oh, there we go. There goes one foot. This is the jack? Yes, it is. Minutes left. Well, 19 and a half. The anticipation is killing me slightly, I'm not gonna lie. Let the jag go fast. We already had this earlier. Yep. We already had this earlier. We haven't had this one yet. Bonk. Left. Also, I didn't know this, but unique to the 24 hours of the Sarthe events, there's a flyby of aircraft that appear. I didn't know that until I started doing this one. Because in other runs, when you're on the Sarthe, nothing really happens. But just on this event, there's a set of planes that fly overhead at the start. It's kind of cool, actually. I think it's 50 actually. Because I remember checking it a few times. I think it was 50, but maybe it is 75 if you double check. Maybe don't do that, because they might be a little disappointed, considering that, you know, I don't do this often. I do shitty Windows games. Objectively shitty, but not in my heart, you know? Mostly. Especially since I'm probably going to be relaxing my efforts on streaming, because I'm probably going to be looking for an actual job in the coming months. So I'm probably going to relax my efforts on it until I at least get a job. I don't even mind what job, it's just... I'll probably just wait first until I have at least a steady job. Racing friendly. I mean, how broad are we talking when it comes to racing? Are we talking about like versus AI, time attack? What are we talking about here? When it comes to time attack, I have a few. When it comes to versus AI, I have nothing except that one terrible game I showed off at the end of one of the streams a while ago. I think you were there for that one. The one with the absolutely terrible graphics and the engine sounds that make you want to rip your ears out. That one. Don't think anybody wants to deal with that. I'll have to get them first, but maybe. Oh, kind of fitting that we end on that we finish off with this. Wait, is this long enough? Wait, how long is this? Oh, it's not long enough to take us to the end. I wish it was. It would be so cool if it was. This song's not long enough to take us to the end. No. ¼ of an hour remaining. Oh boy. I mean, I could carry on my challenge that I started in that one other game where I played it at triple speed. I don't know who was here at the time when I was shooting that, but it was like a small little puzzle action game that had the ability to increase the speed in the settings. I was playing the first level pack in triple speed just as a proof of concept to see if it's actually possible to beat. It was hectic. It is super hectic. Maybe I'll do that first level pack again, but maybe more. Maybe the second one as well, I'll try on triple speed. The third level pack, there's no chance I'm beating it on triple speed. It is way too finicky. I find it hard even on normal speed. First is super long, but I guess that comes as a consequence of, I guess, having only 3 gears. All of the gears have to be super long. Yeah, that works as a pit. This is our final hit. This is our final stint. This is the last set of tires that we're going to be using, and the last refuel. Just in case I decide to extend, I will refuel to 17. Well, to 65, I think. Actually, no, 70. Just in case I can extend. That thing I mentioned earlier about there's one track that I queued in the playlist that I hope wouldn't come up, because I don't know if I'll be able to resist the urge to sing along with it. It never came up. Let's go. Watch I say that, immediately get trolled by having it show up. After this, that is. How much horsepower? I think when it was still... When the oil and engine were still new, I think it had 11,000 something. 11,030 something, I think. With the turbocharger and the new oil. So, did I say 11,000? Sorry, I meant 1,100. 1,130 something. Ten minutes left. Oh boy. Got punted. Boost me. That works too. Let me get your slipstream. Yep. That might be lap 444, I think. If I don't screw up too much. Oh no. If I don't screw up too much, I think that might be lap number 444. I don't have too many skill issues. That should be lap number 444. Yeah, that's definitely going to be lap 444. I did say it would have been funny if we get lap 444 as the total lap count, but it looks like that's what we're heading towards. A final lap count of 444. So I probably could have underfueled the car slightly. Oh well. Maybe only up to 45 instead of 60. Oh well. Actually, maybe no, I will need more fuel for the first lap, so overfueling was actually a good idea. Never mind. I just have to not have too many skill. Actually, I think I just have to not have too many skill issues on lap 443, and I'll do the reverse lap on 444. The reverse lap is for the purpose of it is twofold. One, it's fun, and and two, I want to let everyone else finish so that, well, at least finish their laps so that we can see their total lap counts. Well, we're about 5 minutes and 20 seconds left. Until the timer expires. Alright, please no skill issue. Indeed, 5 minutes left. A second. Let me just stop after current area. Because I want to, whatever, when this song ends, I know exactly what I'm putting on top. Well, what I'm putting on next. One more lap around the GT40, for good measure. My GT40. Oh, and the Toyota too while we're here. Goodbye. Just set this stop after turn again, and what I'm going to put on is... Oh god, where is it? Here it is. Of course. I have to. At least once. I have to. Out. And there we go. This is our final lap, so give me a minute while I just... Alright, here we go. Yeah, there we go. This is our victory lap. We're basically done. This is our victory lap. Now I just have to not have too many skill issues driving the car. Oh wait, yeah, since reverse is based on what do you call it? Since reverse is based on your first gear, this thing can go super fast in reverse, I just realized. Nope, not that way. I want to go forwards a bit. And now reverse. Alright. This is going to take a second to get used to. We're here. Ow. This car has a lot of traction when in reverse. No, I'm going the wrong way. I'm going into the sand. Turn me back around. Thank you. We're doing a reverse lap. This This is so silly. Oh, nope, this way, nope. Turn me around again. And I'm in the sand again. Lovely. Turn left. Actually, I can just look in the rear view. What am I doing? I can just look in the rear view. I should not look at the bottom. I should look at the rear view to figure out which direction I have to move the stick. Ah, big brain. Should look at the rear view instead. No, don't want me. Okay, good. Oh, great. It's over. It's just gotta finish this lap now. Just gotta finish the lap. In reverse. Because why not? I'm going the wrong way, aren't I? Give me a minute. Which way do I go? Okay, so I go left. Hey, Zeth. There's it for you. Now I just have to... I do not know how to reverse a car. 1 minute. It is indeed 24 hours. Now I just have to make it to the end while driving in reverse. Left. Right a little bit. Left a bit. I'll just use the D-pad. I just want to... Come on. Get me to the most... I want to see how fast this thing can go in reverse. Get me to the most... I really want to see how fast this thing can go in reverse. Turn left. I oversteer into a wall. Okay, I think this is where I can just hold the button. Oh yeah, because reverse gear is based on the first gear of the car, so... This car is a super long first gear, so... Ow. I can't see anything. This car is a super long first gear, right? So... This car can go very fast in reverse. Wait, I can hit 300 in reverse, wait. No way! This car hit 300 in reverse, there's no way! This car hits 300 in reverse, there's no way. This car actually goes 300 in reverse. That's so funny. Why is this so fast? Well, hang on. This is why. You're watching me drive this thing with a super tall first gear. That's why it's so fast in reverse. Alright, let's hit it. And I steered it into the wall again because I wasn't paying attention. As for why I'm driving in reverse, this is my victory lap of 24 hours of Sarthe. This is a victory lap. Left. This is my victory lap, basically. This is where I have to slow down. And now I think I can turn left. Yes. Yes, I do. I turn left. Because I've already won. This is already the end of the time limit. There's no more consequences. I wanted to drive backwards at the end as a victory lap. There is no objective. There is no point to driving backwards. I'm just here for... This thing actually hits 300 in reverse, which is funny. Of course driving in reverse defeats the objective. It's just that there's no more consequences since the timer's expired. Hey, let me have some fun driving this car at stupid fast speeds in reverse. Or at least I would, if I stopped losing control of the car. And driving the wrong way. I am paying attention to the rear view mirror, and yet I'm still steering the wrong way. Yeah, no, there is no way that you can go in reverse that fast around this section without spinning out. Hang on. You just end up spinning out. Because that rear view mirror is not enough. I have to basically be doing this. But that inverts my steering. There's no more consequences. Of course I'm doing a reverse lap. There's no more consequences. I can do whatever I want in this final lap. Just point the car backwards again. No, I actually want to turn the opposite way that the real way shows. Because if I press right, I actually turn right in the rear view. So if I just follow the rear view and not the bottom view, I can actually drive. It's just that this car at low speeds oversteers a lot. This car has like a low speed oversteer. I mean super low speed oversteer. Ow. No, I need to turn left. There you go. Thank you. It's just doing one more lap in reverse for fun. And now turn left. There we go. Now ride. Left a bit. Left. If I touch the grass even just a tiny amount, the car is just going. Am I facing the right way or the wrong way? Because I want to be facing the wrong way. Okay, I'm facing the right way, so I have to turn myself around to face the wrong way. There we go. I just have to keep the car pointed in the right direction and not touch the grass. If I touch the grass, it just sends you just me into spin. Can you reverse into pits? I think I might do that, actually. That's a good idea. I might do that, actually. Sadly, no, what do you call it? No 6,000 kilometers, but it's close. Why is it still counting the laps? It's already the end, it should just stop counting them. And then it should stop counting the fact that the Nissan unlapped itself once. It's already the end. I don't know why it's still counting itself. Counting laps as... Turn left here. Okay, don't touch the sand. There's the Jaguar. Okay, how the hell do I pronounce my name? This username has no distinct pronunciation. It is meant to be obtuse on purpose. Why I made it like this is because my dumb 14-year-old self decided, screw it, what if I just make this a dumb funny? If you really want to know how it got formulated, my only hint is there is a certain type of phone that got involved. A certain type of phone heavily got involved in the creation of this username. And it is definitely a reflection of what I was into back then, which includes obscure ciphers That was the thing I actually liked writing programs of the most back then. Ciphers. Of sorts. Oop, nope, I touched the grass again. A very certain type of phone got involved. Like you'll know it when you probably see it. Because the thing is, nobody ever really takes the first step, which is just, what if I just reconvert this back to a normal number from hex digits? Oh, I'm already there. Where's the pits? Wait, no, I passed the pits. No, turn me back around. I went past them. Go back this way a bit. The pits are over here. Can't believe I'm about to miss the pits again. There we go. Once the pit... There we go. It's over. It's over. It's actually over. It's over. What? I've been lied to. I thought these were actually going to display lap counts. Now that I actually took forever to finish the final lap. God damn it. This is just the first hour. I'm not watching that. GG. Give me the 1 million. It is indeed over. I wish I could see the lap counts, but well, what can you do? And here's the lineup. Wait, yeah. How did the Sauber take second place? That doesn't even make sense. That doesn't even make sense. The Sauber was behind the Nissan and the Toyota the entire time. Okay, at least now we know that the logic for figuring out who is second after the race finishes still apparent, who is in what position still apparently goes on even after the timer finishes, which is weird. Well, randomizer, what car? I'll give 1 minute. Feel free to make your guesses. I'll give 90 seconds actually because of the stream lag. Go on. Put whatever guesses you want for whatever car I'm getting out of this randomizer. CLK would be hilarious, but let's see. 206. I wouldn't mind getting a 206 out of this. It's just the sequel to the 106 I drove in the race at NA Sports against the Zonda. Pink bit. Anything pink. I'll probably include anything pink on that. Yellow Evo. Pink call. Okay, actually, I think that might already be long enough. I don't know if there's any much more fun. So let's see. What is it? It's going to be something. Just drum roll, please. And somebody said I should play the older the Black Box Need for Speed games. Well, I guess this is a sign. I guess this is the sign. Right. Now I'm curious, what would I have gotten if I did the other one? This one. Okay, now let me just grab the event. Let me just grab TCRN. Like, what could I have gotten? If I had done what do you call it? Sarthe 1 and not Sarthe 2, what would I have gotten? Just out of sheer curiosity. Let me just get the let's see. Select L1 up, select R1 down, select. I'm pressing the wrong buttons. Select L1 up, select R1 down, select L2, select. I pressed R2. Right, one more time. My biggest opponent trying to enter a cheat code. Select L1 up, select R1 down, so I press L1. This is exasperating. Select L1 up, select R1 down, select L2, select R2, select. Alright. Now, what would I have gotten if I'd have done Sarthe 1? Sheer curiosity. Okay, good, it didn't crash. What could I have gotten? If it was an LMP, that'd be funny. What is it? Okay, drumroll, please. Oh. Didn't I could have sworn somebody took one of these and tuned them up to the extreme. I think I prefer my report from Sarthe 2. Still no motor wagon. Well, one thing left to do, I guess. Well, two things left to do. First off, well, I guess that makes it three things, because the last thing I want to do is to review the settings. In case anybody is crazy enough to want to replicate this, I'll just review the settings of the car. Oh yeah, can't forget this too. Definitely needs a wash after almost 6,000 kilometers on the Sarthe. And there it is, our Victor, the 2J, or whatever you want to nickname this thing. The vacuum cleaner, the washing machine, I don't know, take your pick. And now for the settings. One last time. Mediums the entire time. No nitrous because you can't get any on this car. Stage 4 turbo. Brake controller, 8.2. Suspension, 5.8, 6.4, 105, 95, 2.3, 3.4. Camber, 2.5, 1.5. Stabilizer, 6.7. TCS1, no other assists. No downforce. Just the default limited slip settings. And the 24 kilo ballast at the front to stop it from oversteering. Oh, that's it. Well, that was fun. Thank you all for being here. That was a fun event. I don't know if I'll ever do something like that ever again, though. But it's just way too... it takes way too long. If I have to do it, I'll just do it in B-spec. Actually, B-spec would also take forever. Just use the event sheet. Don't actually do this event. Well, thank you everyone for being here. It's fun. Thank you, TGD for the raid, and I suppose I should also pass the torch, so to speak. That'd probably be a good idea. Let's see who's on. Anybody who I'd actually want to raid? Let's see. Not really. Guess everyone's already finished. Well, I suppose then, I'd like to again thank you all for being here. I guess I'll just sign off now. Thank you for sticking with me with this final stint of the 24 hours of Circuit with Sarthe and seeing what nonsense I'm gonna get from the randomizer. A little bit underwhelming compared to Nürburgring 24 hours, I'd admit. That's not, the spec C is not going to get topped, I guess. Well, and I guess again, for the final time, thank you all for being here, and I guess I'll sign off now. Thank you so much.